I have a question.
How you doing, sister? Go ahead.
How you doing? I was getting kind of confused as to who is. I know who Neymar is in your son, but is he different from the other two that the father, what is it, the son Idris and Halil? Are they two different beings?
Repeat that again. I can't hear. It's like your phone is breaking up.
Okay, actually, I'm at work. Okay, is Neymar and Halil and his son, they're different beings, aren't they? They're not the same person, are they?
No.
Okay, because I get confused because when they say they was warned, first they say it was Halil's father was warring with Michael, and then they say Neymar was warring with Michael. There were two separate wars.
Yeah, there was two separate wars. The first war was against Tanush. The second war was against his son. Yeah, Tanush. Okay, Tanush, who was a humanoid reptilian concoction put together by Mother Hoover, which came later down the line, who were beings who used Titan as their home base. These beings decided to, these beings were, due to a treaty, these beings were invited to our planet, and they were only allowed to stay on one continent, which they, to make a long story short, wanted to take over and cause the war, the first war, with the old devil, the old serpent, on Riz, and ATUN was with against Tanush. Then his son, Nakash, his son.
Right.
Okay, now Enlil is Anu's son.
Right.
With the beings who were all, like I say, it was two beings. It was the beings who walked on land and the beings who stayed in the water. The beings who walked on land mixed back in with the beings who stayed in the water, and so they look. Some of them look humanoid, some of them still look reptilian, but it was some beings that already looked more humanoid on the land already. But these beings mixed back in with the beings, so they had some of the beings that look more humanoid, and these beings mixed in with the news people, mixed in with the new, and created Enki. So Enki is originally from who was born on Nibiru. He wasn't born on this planet. He was born on Nibiru. Then he came down here and was put in charge of the gold, collecting the gold at first.
Right.
But he, he started doing his own thing, to make a long story short. But Tanushnim is a whole nother. This happened way before Tanushnim came to Riz.
Okay, so because it was really kind of confusing because I know about the three continents on risk and them giving some reptilians because they had bumped into their planet. I wanted to know, were Nanar and them, so they weren't related or they weren't the same beings as Tarnish and them? They were two separate species of reptilians?
The first species were the Tradakians. And these beings, because these beings were drafted out of the bird beings. See, it was the bird beings. Then Mother Hoover drafted this reptilian race out of the bird beings, and then placed them on the planet Meldeck. They were supposed to be war creatures who were supposed to counteract our insect measure that we had against the beings from Pegasus. So these beings later on these reptilians who were called Tradakians or Meldekians on the planet Meldek after the crash, or before the crash, they mixed in back with the bird beings again for a double mix, giving you now a reptilian style being with the wings called the Dragos. The Dragons, who were serpent beings, flying serpents, dragons. Right? Okay.
Right.
These beings who were pets to a chief scientist to a new father named Mother Hoover, because they were her secretly. She wanted to be the Anu. She wanted to be Anu secretly, so she concoct these beings with sharp teeth, with poisonous blood, because their blood. Some of them have got blood that's like acid.
Right. I was going to ask you that because. It's not to cut you off, but when Mother Hubbard grafted this new reptilian being, so-called warrior, but she was really being deceitful, were they more humanoid? Because when I see the pictures of Halil and Shekar, they look like well-made black men. So did she graft them as black men, or were they trait shifters?
Yeah, no. What happened was they can shift, they can hologram too, but the thing is, okay, what she did is when they crossbred the Tradakians back into these bird beings and created these Dragons, this was her pet race, who that now because their home planet was Titan. Mother Hoover never was based off of Saturn, and Titan is a moon to Saturn. These beings migrated to Titan, where Mother Hoover then added her own DNA to these people. So they would look like, so they could infiltrate the people on Saturn. See, look,
I never see them. Yeah,
so they're black devils. These are the black devils. Okay, so but they were really Dragons. But they really were Dragons in Saturn's people's clothes, in their costumes, right? Because so when she makes her DNA, this gives you the Tanush look beings that look like the Rizians, but they have straight hair, and this is the beings that went to Riz and tried to take over on behalf of Mother Hoover the whole time.
The Hindus.
Right. Oh.
Yeah, the Hindus come from this mix. The Hindus are part of these beings.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The beings that came off of Titan. Yeah. So but then when they went to another galaxy, they mixed in with beings who were deformed, and they became deformed. So some of them came back with 4 arms and 4 legs and 2 eyes and 3 eyes and shit like that, like some creepy shit. Yeah. Which is why you get all the Hindu gods with all the different arms and shit.
You know, I met a Gray before.
You saw a Gray? You what, a 4-foot Gray or a 7-foot Gray?
I met a 4-foot Gray, and he had on a black mock neck. He had on a black mock neck, and I'll never forget it. And I was sitting down. I was
Did he have any symbols on it?
Huh?
Did he have any symbols on it?
I seen a pastor, like I say, he visited me at work, but I was afraid, but then I wasn't afraid because I knew something had been following me ever since I was a little girl. Because if I tell you things that I've been studying from, I knew it was him. And he came and visited me one night. I was at work because as a matter of fact, I'm at work now. I'm a RN, and I take care of people at night. I do visiting at night, and I think he visited me there to let me know that you are not dreaming. Because I'm at work, I'm not asleep. And then I sit down, I was looking in the living room, and I see something moving in the living room. And then he just walked in the room right up to me, and I screamed, and then it's like he shot something at me, and I fell back. And then when I came up, because I started screaming, and it was like he switched my dimension or something. But he did something. And I also had an implant in my neck and in my ankle, and that's all I'm going to say because they might be listening.
Yeah.
Tell him, hey, give him a big kiss. Give him a big hug. Hey, well.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was why I was studying you. That's just a lot of that, because a lot of us are like got special abilities. So it's like, I guess like some real in the cage gerbil type stuff. Paranoia, whatever y'all want to call it, is what it is. But we're gonna make it through. Keep doing what it do. Keep going.
I mean, I'm not
get
afraid.
better and better.
I think they were watching out. Because
because it has its order, and everybody has the right to live on the planet. Like you have the right to live, and the best thing to fight for is the right to live, as ATUN-RE teaches. So everyone has the right to live here and has order. And we're gonna,
And they used to come get me and drop me off in the closet. I never really told anybody this story, but my husband and my children. And I told one of a close friend of mine.
Hey, do you remember the clock? Do you ever remember a clock in your room? And remember the time when you get jerked, like when this happened?
I do remember it was always like late at night, and that's what, like, stay around like 2 and 3 in the morning when everybody was asleep. And I do remember like twice when they came and got me. And see, I didn't realize what was happening to me. Actually, I got older. And then I took this test, like, have you been abducted? I knew something wasn't right, the way I felt and things that I would experience. And I noticed they came and got me, and I would wake up in the closet. I'm like, how the hell did I get in the closet? Yeah, they used to drop me off in the closet. I mean, I can laugh at it now because I feel better because now I know what was happening to me all the time.
Yeah.
I got another scenario. Yeah, you said y'all speaking. Young lady, sister, can I get your name, please, and like where you from?
I don't want to say that over the phone, but
it's fine, not a problem.
I talk to you over the computer, over the YouTube. And I told you that I think I spoke with you before. Yeah, I spoke with you. Okay. Yeah, yeah. So that's me. I just didn't want to say that over the phone.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yep. But so, a lot of y'all have work, right? Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
I'm going to tell you this. As I was growing up, my older sister, because I'm from a family of 10, one of my older sister would always say, "There's a UFO," and she said, "Come look at this," and I was scared, so I'm not going to look at it. So then I started seeing them, and then I found out, and check this out, I just found this out the other day, that then I'm giving away my location. But I don't care. Where I'm at, I am right across, and I can see it from Long Island, and I think Montauk is right across the water. And I just found out, and I said, no wonder I was seeing all them sightings. I said, yeah, it all made sense. So,
I can ask you a question?
Sure.
Are you the Oracle?
Oh, no, honey. I'm not no Oracle.
Okay.
I do have certain gifts that I can do. Like, if I meditate on something, if I need something, if I want something, I meditate on it, and I said, I'm not going to worry about it. If I keep meditating, it'll appear. Things that I always wanted. This is why I always knew magic was real. And I was always, even as a child, I was always interested in magic. And if you see my library in my house, that's all you'll see, like, books on that and different things, occult. Ever since I was younger, I was always looking for an answer for the way I feel. And it's just amazing. And I forgot what I was going to say. I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
So tell us about some of the books you have. What kind of books you got? Like, which ones you like the most?
Actually, a lot of books I just buy at the bookstore, but I have a lot of Pop's books, and I ordered some over the computer. But what I want to do, I want to go take a ride to Brooklyn and go to the bookstore, because what about the Pop's rack? Is that's good to still read? The black book.
I have a lot of. I bet. The black book, that was a classic. Yeah, that was a classic.
I want all of these books. I need to update all my books. I need to update on my books. I really need to do that.
Can I describe that book right quick? I don't. Since you described a black book, but it was like black with leather casing, and it had like almost gold letters. My bad. I'll let Elder talk. Go ahead.
Wow. I want that book. I need some more research. Because I have a lot of his old stuff. The information is never old. I don't look at it and I still study it. But I got like I can't think. I have a lot of books. I can't think of them. I have a lot of his books. I've been reading. As a matter of fact, I used to be in a veil when he was in New York. You know, I did the Kemar and everything. Then you know, all that and that's another story. But. But I'm glad I got through, actually.
Thank you for the blessings you bless us with. Thank you.
You're welcome. You
have any like pops encounters or like any story you want to maybe share that kind of like woke you up or? Can I ask you a question first of all? Is that okay? Can I ask you a second question, please?
Go ahead.
Is there of any stories you want to, elaborate, maybe share with, some because a lot of young brothers on the phone, they wasn't around with them.
I could tell you so many stories when I knew that I was different and I knew that I had something nobody else had. First of all, and I don't say this with pride, but I say this because I'm hilarious. I really don't get along with a lot of people because I get aggravated quick. Because if I don't have time for small talk, and a lot of times I feel better alone by myself. And then actually, things like I said, like one incident I had with a cousin of mine. I haven't seen her in years, but I know she had 3 children and she had 2 daughters. I never met her children, anything. At this point, I hadn't seen her in about 10 years or whatever because I went away to college and I came back and never seen her. So I had this real vivid dream. And I dreamed that I finally ran into her, but I ran into her and it was like I was there at the hospital and one of her children was in the hospital. And I brought her daughter some coloring books or something. And I never met her, So then I go home. When I woke up and a couple of days later, the cousin I'm talking about, she had came down with some of her family to go see my parents because they lived on the other side of town from me. And then but I was at work, and then my daughter said, "Mom, Bernie's daughter said thank you for the coloring books." I'd never met that girl. I thought it was a dream, but it was such a vivid dream. I went there and brought her some color books, and I never met her. And when I did finally see who she was, it was the same girl in the dream. I never met her unless I traveled there. I'm talking all loud. Let me see my client if I woke her up. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, I'm at work. I don't want them to hear me. They probably think I'm weird. Okay. But yeah, there's so many things, and then another. This one is really bugged out. One time, we used to live around this family because my family came from the projects, but then I had a sister that passed away in the projects, and my father ended up buying a house. He moved out and everything. But we moved in this one street, and we always had beef with these particular neighbors. They was rowdy, and we wasn't backing down because we was 10 deep from the projects too. So the girl was arguing with her brother. And she comes out the house. I'm on a big wheel. I'll never forget this. I'm on a big wheel riding around in my neighbor's yard, my other neighbor's yard I should have been in. She was coming out the house with a gun. And do you know when she was running around the corner, the gun went off right by and it looks like it ricocheted off of me, like something stopped it and it didn't hit me. The lady ended up passing away years later. She was always afraid of me. She always looked at me weird, like. But the gun, like the bullet, ricocheted off of me. Huh?
Whoa, nothing. That's heavy.
Yeah, if the gun ricocheted, she would always look at me funny, like something is wrong. Oh God, I have so many stories, but I'll let somebody else at the podium.
Thank you for those stories.
If you meditate on something, you can make it manifest. I've done it. I've done it. You know, I when I went to school, when I first went to school, my first degree I have is in accounting. I ended up, I was going to, I said, look, I don't want to go to community college, I want to go to 4-year college. I ended up getting a scholarship out of the blue, so I went and got my degree in accounting. I did that. I got tired of being in the business world, and I was working for the police. I ended up working for the police department, and I will always say, because I was telecommunications, I said, I hope I never get a call with a family member. So I ended up getting a call, and the number they gave me, the house I had to send the police in the M&M to was my mother. I ended up taking her call, the call for her when she passed away. And then I said, you know, I don't want to do this no more. So I stayed a little while, and I said, my mother was an RN, so I said I wanted to go to school. And out of the blue, I got the money to go to school, and I got in. It's like, yeah, if you think it, it can happen. Okay, I know I'm boring everybody. I'll be quiet.
No, I was taking all that in.
God, keep talking. We're listening.
Big brother O'Pariel.
Yeah, Shaddah Da.
Sister, did you say you work for the police department?
Yes, I did. I worked for the police department for 15 years. A lot of my family members were police officers, like captains, ranks. So I ended up, when I was working, when I got out of college, the first degree I got, when I got out of college, I was working as an accountant, and it was just, I got tired of the politics. I got tired of them reorganizing, I got tired of that, so I needed something more stable. So I knew that there was a position open at the police department, and I know it's not what you know, it's who you know, and stuff like that. So it just so happens that a cousin of mine was the captain over the department that I was trying to get in. And I didn't know this until later. And he told me that the women in that department was trying to stop me from coming in there. I guess they thought I was going to come in there and be a spy or something. I don't know, but I'm like, excuse my French, but I'm like, bitches, I'm not worrying about y'all. And then when I got there, they got checked. They know I was nothing to mess with. I'm not that. Whatever you thinking, I'm not that. So that ended up, I ended up staying there for 15 years, in telecommunications. And after I got that incident with my mom passing away, I ended up going to nursing school. And actually, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Actually, I got into some trouble.
Can you say that again, sister? I couldn't hear you.
I got into some trouble.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
But it wasn't no real. I had gotten to this. I had to, beat this girl down at the club. So I had an assault charge. So so I am not the oracle.
Might caught the right one at the right time on the right day.
Yeah. And then when you got champagne involved, honey, that's it. So, but anyway, I ended up beating off. But then I really didn't want to be in there anymore because, after that. And so I ended up leaving there and going to get a degree in nursing. Yeah.
So being in there, being on the inside, you would know a little bit about how they train the officers.
Well, actually, I had somewhat of a different training. I was on the inside, so I didn't train. But see, what the funny part about it? They will always call us civilians and this and that and the other. However, because what I did there was 3 different positions in there. You were either taking calls, of the police calls that come in, and see, you rotated everything, or 2 different positions, or you you get on Channel 1, nobody likes to be on Channel 1. Channel 1 is when you're doing the police chases and everything. You know, you're the eyes. You got to tell the officers where to go, and you got to navigate where they go in the city. That's Channel 1. That's stressful. Then you have what they have Channel 2, where they call in where they checking warrants and stuff like that, or license plates. And then you have the machine where it's called NCIC, which is the International Crime Investigative Computer, which goes around the world. You can check on anybody in the world, and you have to get your most training in that. And I advise everybody, anytime you go into prison, you get a number called your III number. That number follows you for life. And the III number, they can tell immediately whether you have been incarcerated through your III number.
You said III?
They call it a III number. I forgot what it stands for. And so I was working on the inside, you know. But, you know, I didn't, where I live at, we don't have the type of police department that be beating up people, stuff like that. My police department, because where I live is a smaller town, and it's really diverse. It has Hispanics, a lot of Hispanics, and a lot of people who live in the neighborhood are the cops. So I'm not saying we don't have crime, but we don't really have that, you know, knock on wood, we didn't really have that problem.
You didn't see a lot of discrimination going on inside the precinct with the, you know, officers, black officers?
Oh, yeah, they have a lot of that. And actually, my son just got hired as a police officer.
Oh, man. I'm sorry to hear about
that. I know. But check this out. This is what he's trying to do. My son has, he's trying to work on his bachelor's. He was poli-sci major. He wants to be a lawyer, but he wants them to pay for it.
Oh, no, you said he got a job. I thought you said he passed away. I'm sorry, my bad. I heard that wrong.
What you heard there?
I thought you said that he passed away. He had a job as a police officer, and he passed away. So that's why I said I'm sorry. That's why I responded the way I did, though. I said I'm sorry to hear about that because I thought that's what you said. My bad.
Oh, no. Oh, Lord, no, have mercy. Lord, no, child. My son is still a baby.
I don't wish that on nobody.
Oh, no, Lord, no. No, actually, no, he just got a job as a police officer. He said past the academy. And he's using that to pay for school.
Yeah. Congrats.
Yeah, well, good. You know, now he can get out and get his own place, so I'm happy.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Sure.
Hey, them grades you say?
What happened?
The grades. Did they ever talk to you and tell you what they were from?
Well, it's not that they never talked to me. I never heard a voice, but it was always a feeling that I got that I know they communicated. And the voice that I heard was my own voice, but they never talked to me. It was like they put it in my head, like that. Don't get me wrong. When they build this stuff to me, I freaked out. And I think that's when he numbed me. Like, I guess I must have been already. I think he's the same one that's always been with me.
So they
I don't really like to talk, and I don't want to say it over the phone because I know they're listening to me.
Hey, when they let me ask you something. When they talk to you, they when you ask a question, you ask it in your head first, and they answer it before you can even say it back in your head, in your own voice.
Yeah, you hear it in your own voice. Yeah. I mean, it'll come to you in your own voice, but it'll be a voice inside your head.
Yeah.
And it's my own voice.
And they dropped you back off in the closet. Yeah, I heard that a lot. I hear that a lot.
So when
too.
they when they dropped me in the closet, I'm like, how the hell I get in the closet? And for years, I would say, and I used to tell my husband, my ex-husband, because he reads and everything too, and he was like one of the only ones that I could actually tell about. The
reason why they dropped you back off in the closet, you don't know why they dropped you off in the closet?
When they dropped me off in the closet, that's what woke me up, because I could feel myself hitting the floor.
That way, if anybody was looking for you, that's what. If anybody came in the room looking for you.
Nobody never came and looked for me, because when I was dropped back off, I always woke up and I used to get in the bed and I'm like, how the hell I get to bed? But I was a little kid, so I didn't know. I said, how did I get in the closet? And then it wasn't until now that I got older, I realized what has been happening to me all the time. And I'm going to tell you this. I think it's a generational thing with my family, because every woman in my family, we have a mole on our inner thigh. All of us got it. Every last one of the women on my mother's side, including my mother, my grandmother, my sister, my nieces, my daughter got it. Even my son got it. We got a mole on the inner side of a kind of big mole, too. It's not ugly, though. Pretty. On the inner side of our thigh. All of us got it. And then I was talking to a cousin of mine, and she was telling me she overheard my grandmother telling my mom about this being she saw at the playground when she was a little girl. She said he was like Casper the Friendly Ghost. That was nothing but a gray. And so I think it's been happening. It's been happening ever since then, and so I think we had a array of family abductions. But I think I don't know. Maybe it was more interested in me. But my sister's into it also, but I don't know if they was interested in her. And I can see why.
They're not interested in you. They're not interested in you.
Yeah, because, and everybody thinks I'm crazy. Says she crazy. It's like, good, I'm glad y'all think I'm crazy, because y'all know the deal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I better stop talking loud. I don't want my client there for the year when I'm talking about.
Yeah, all the things you say line up, because they do generational abductions. They do certain bloodlines. They come out of certain bloodlines. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, they put a chip in you, though. I mean, they were tracking you and putting dots in your head.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, it's been generational. I don't know if it started with my mother's mother. It might have started way before her. But and my mother was Chickasaw Indian. It's been we all have a mark. We all have the same mark.
There you go, young elder.
I'm gonna tell you too. Like all the
tribe,
Indians.
ain't
you? Yeah, the Choctaw. No, I'm a Choctaw. And,
I don't know any.
Like all of us got a mole. All of us got a mole on our face. Like all the Choctaw got a mole. Yeah, on their face.
So see, we don't got it on our face.
That's how you can tell Indians.
Yeah, we have a mole on our inner thigh. It's what they call it, a beauty mark or whatever. We all have it.
Yeah, beauty mark on your face, like the beauty mark. Yeah, so like the Indian tribes, the certain Indian tribes, like the Choctaw, you can see the moles on. The Indians, you can see the moles on. That's a good. That's a sign of the Black Indian Moorish traits. Yeah, the Williams, who else? The Birds, the Washingtons, Washington, it's a whole bunch of them. Like Hills, the Halls. The Halls and the Williams are the same people. Really?
You talking about the last name?
Hall or Williams? Yeah.
Yeah, there's some halls here where I live at in Israel, but I'm not none of them.
Nah, but they all from the same tribe though. When you trace it out back, the Indian Native American tribe.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it. I'm just a Negaru from the hood. I don't claim that Indian stuff, none of that.
Yeah.
Black,
But
I'm a hood.
some of y'all. Yeah, but this bean that's coming to you, it's a 4-foot bean. The 4-foot bean is just the work. See, the 4-foot beans are the worker beans. So this bean probably was just coming to you, taking you to some more beans. But they probably wiped your memory. Wiped something, and you just started remembering certain things as you got older. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because what you say?
But for some reason, I don't think the bean was there to hurt me. He's been with me for a while because he pulled me out of a lot of jams. I got so trust me, it had to be them. There's just no other explanation.
Yeah, these beans are here to protect us. You know what I'm saying? They're here to protect us. They're the beings that's keeping us from being invaded by certain groups or extraterrestrials who want to invade our place.
Right.
This planet. Yeah, so these beings are driving their wheel up there and protecting this place. And so, you know, they come down. But the good ones don't abduct you to take your eggs or nothing. They just abduct you to maybe so if you got a certain bloodline or something that they like, and maybe they will take your eggs.
What? No, honey. It ain't nothing like that, honey.
So they want abducting you and probing you, huh? Want doing no probing? Yeah, because like if you got abducted and probed, the reason why not to be funny, the reason why I say that if you got abducted and probed. She probably wiped it out of memory. But the thing is, if you got abducted and probed, this is what I'm telling you. If you got abducted and probed, then you got abducted by a group of beings who are grays, but they are not the good grays. They're called the marker beings.
So what is that?
They look just like the. See, look, when we created the grays a long time ago, we created the grays as an android robot type biological advanced robot that will go to places that they don't have to breathe. They take in electromagnetic energy, the sunlight. Yeah.
Right.
Great. So these beings, we create these beings to be explorers, to go to other galaxies, to test the planets out, bring us back to data to see can we go up there and set up civilization at these other planets. But at a point in time, to make a long story short, the reptilian clans, who we talked about just a minute ago, these beings also captured some of these beings and took over because they had 70 kingdoms. So, but they actually had 200 kingdoms, and they took over 70 of them. 70 kingdoms were took over by the reptilians, and the reptilians got these beings and reverse engineered them to make them disagreeable. See, when we created them, they were emotional beings who were programmed to explore. That was it. They weren't programmed for war. So, but these beings, the reptilians got these beings and programmed them for war. And these beings who don't have the technology, unless they go to the reptilians to reproduce themselves, now they come here in order to reproduce themselves. They abduct cows and certain bloodlines or generations of humans, women and men, in order to clone their race. Because they clone their race. That's how they preserve their race or create more. Yeah. So these beings are called the marker beings. And the other beings that were here, the other beings that are here who are assigned to this planet, they are assigned to this planet to protect this planet from off-world, like people that want to invade at a mass scale, because this place is high on resources. You know, a lot of motherfuckers want to invade this place.
Wow.
But they're being...
Wow.
Some of them are here locked underground.
Like Paul was, right? Like the movie Paul.
Was. What'd you say, Thor?
I said, you remember that movie they had Paul, and he said he had him locked up underground? The movie Paul about the alien Paul. Okay, you've never seen that movie?
Paul. It's called Paul.
P-A-U-L.
Oh no, I've never seen it, but that might be in reference to J-Rod, a being by the name of J-Rod, who was a captain whose ship was shot down during the Roswell incident, who worked with the government for 50 years, that escaped from Area 51.
That's exactly what they did.
Yeah, but that's who they call. His name was J-Rod, and he ended up escaping through the Stargate about a couple of years ago.
Okay, then you know what? That's probably what the movie was about. Because that's exactly what he said in the movie.
Yeah, he got stuck here. So in order he worked with the government. The government held him hostage, and they were trying to find out a cure for him to keep him alive, so he can help them build a. He the one that gave them technology for the stealth and all that. He helped them reverse engineer some of the technology in order to go back home. But the government lied to him. The government lied to him and told him they were going to send him back home if he gave them certain technology. And the government kept him for 60 years and didn't never send him home. But one of them Caucasians that was down there, scientists that was working with him, who had control to the Stargate, Dial Zados Roticuli, and he walked through the Stargate, was able to go home. That was one of the main captains. Krill, that was one of his main captains who had got stuck here due to a magnetic storm that happened when a ship crashed. And the government took him and had him at Area 51. I think that's what you referred to when you talk about the movie that you're talking about. When I saw some clips of that movie on YouTube or something.
Yeah, that movie you got to see.
That's what that story's about.
Yeah.
I got to watch that. I think it's on Netflix.
You got to watch
Netflix, ain't it? Yeah, I'm going to go watch it. I'm going to go watch that tomorrow. Check it out.
Okay. If you get a chance tonight, because you sound like you're really sleepy. You sound sleepy. If you get a chance, go on YouTube and punch in mermaids caught at the aquarium. It will shock you. You're gonna actually see the mermaid. It's unbelievable. And the people in the aquarium were screaming and everything. The mermaid came up to a little boy. You gotta see it. You could probably punch it in your phone. The clip is only 40 seconds long. It's called Mermaids Caught in the Aquarium. And when you turn that on, you're gonna see a little boy.
The mermaids, they've been. Yeah. The mermaids live in the Mariana Trench. They've been here for thousands of years.
In Mariana Trench, right?
They took over. No, the Mariana Trench in the ocean. The deepest trench in the ocean. They have a city down there. And these beings, your government have been knowing they was down there for the last 60 years. They already know about these people. And they captured one of them and took them and held them underground in New Jersey in a big fish tank.
You got to see this one.
They studied them.
This is unbelievable. This one is a female.
Oh.
They show her breasts and everything. Watch that. If you get on
They might have cloned her.
Listen, this is all a real. This is a real deal. I watch that video like twice a day. I can't believe it. Yeah. I've always liked the water. I live on the water. I'm like right close there to the water.
What you say the name of the video was?
Like the what?
What you say the name of the video was?
The name of the video is just push because I don't. It's called Mermaids.
It's Mermaid Caught in the Aquarium. I'm watching it right now.
There's one that's 40 seconds. That's the easiest one to watch. That way you don't got to go through all that crap.
Got almost 1 million views.
I'm gonna watch it later. Thank you for the lessons, Elder. I mean, you can continue doing it. Yep, Elder. You wanna? Yep.
You have to put this in here.
Shaddah Da Family. I'm closing up.
Okay.
Shaddah Da Family tonight.
We're gonna win this war because we can dance and they can't.
Okay.
Shaddah Da, big brother.
Thank you, young elder.
And how often do you have these classes? I know you have Monday, Wednesday, and what? Sunday, Friday?
Thursday, Friday. So today is Logical Wednesdays, and Thursday is London, which is at 3 p.m. The London brothers, they go live from London. And on Fridays is happy hour. It starts at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 p.m. Central Time, and it's going to be 8. My bad. Okay. So, and then it's Pacific Time. So, but it's 5 days a week, I would say. But we're going to start having it more frequently as in classes. So we would love, any of the teachers who want to come on and teach classes, where they can have more of a direct, communication where, it's like a class and you can ask questions and, say it's like in a school. Okay, this stuff is like, whoa, way next level. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so did you watch that? So just watch that. It's amazing.
Okay. Okay.
All right, are we hanging up now?
Okay.
Thank
you, everyone.
I got a question. Can I ask her a question?
Sure.
Is that all right, yo?
Yeah, it's okay with me.
Oh, okay. I'm just, I don't know if everybody ready to get on the phone or not, but I was just going to ask her if she could, maybe speak on behalf of our sisters out here and, to help aid us in dealing with what we're going through. You know what I mean? Just like talking on behalf of sisters.
Where are you guys? You guys are in Georgia?
No, not me. We kind of all spread it around.
Oh, yeah.
I'm in Georgia. Tech in Georgia. Yeah.
Basically, what I'm trying to do to get myself together is change my diet. And I have a lot of baggage that I need to unload in terms of being very angry at people. And I'm blocking my blessings, but I'm trying to get better. And I have always listened to good music. I don't listen to this new music. I don't listen to the radio. I don't listen to the news, unless it's something that I need to know is detrimental to my community or my family. I don't listen to anything that really upsets me. So, I'm just trying to get on the path. I'm still out there. I'm not perfect, of course, and I have a lot to change for myself, but I have to start with that. I have to start with my diet, and because I basically work 60 hours a week. Like right now I'm at work, but I just came from my day job, and that's my biggest thing. But once you start clearing your mind out and everything comes to you. Everything comes to you. I'm telling you, it is that magic. Black magic is real. When you meditate on it, it appears. I'm telling you, anything I ever wanted, as long as it is within reason, I always got it.
You ain't
when
lying.
I started being positive.
I've experienced it too. Yep. I know you ain't lying, you know?
Like right now I need a new car, but I don't want no bill. I don't want a bill.
You want a new car?
I need a, well, see, I have a Mercedes truck, but it's an older model. But I'm tired of putting money in it. But then my mechanic telling me, look, you don't really have a whole lot of miles on it, and you really shouldn't waste your money on no car. So I'm not gonna do it. But I think I am gonna do it, and it doesn't have to be brand new.
No.
But that's it. But once you start changing your mind and start, I'm telling you, changing what you eat, because it's true, you are what you eat. You know, and I had already made up in my mind, I don't deal with anybody, I don't have friends.
You are what you think.
Exactly. And yeah, and I have been thinking real negative here a lot lately. I've been thinking real negative, which is why I don't be around people, because I get aggravated fast.
Yeah. You know why? Because you notice the stupidity. That's why. You notice it. I get aggravated too, and we talk about this often. It's that energy that we have to have as caretakers for what I like to call the youth. They don't, like, they could be as old at 70, 60, 80 years old and still not be aware of the things you've become aware of. So they'll still behave like a toddler in certain situations. But it's disrespectful, you know, it becomes disrespectful to say that to them, but so we have to approach it differently. The same way when you're talking to your elders and they start to develop Alzheimer's, they start to act like toddlers again. They tell you no all the time. You know, I don't want this, I don't want that, don't feed me this, don't feed me that. You know, I watched my grandmother go through it. And I was like, damn, you know, grandma acting just like a baby.
Because they
she
are.
She don't remember nobody. Yeah, it's that cycle. It's coming full circle. But when you reach that stage, you're not supposed to lose your marbles. You know, that's the thing. That's the trick. That's the trick. They got us to where we downgrade.
Didn't they say that they're really not in that body no more? That's why they go back into a childlike state. I remember the master teacher was saying that they basically left that body. Because
that's a certain time. That's at a certain time period too. Like, cause it's not years, you know, before that happens. Like that's a short period of time before they die. Or before they pass on, where they get taken.
But check this out,
like, you know how some of our elders are real sharp. They're real sharp. Right. They're in their 90s. Some of them 100, and they can still remember things that happened 50, 60 years ago. Those are the elders that are like gods, like, you know, like with the experience that come with living. You know what I mean? And if you listen to them, you know, they can tell you how to outlive or how to think right in certain situations, because a being like that knows how to think. Evidently, living that long.
Right.
You know, that's what I be looking for. I think we gotta get to restoring that longevity factor, and taking care of our minds and eating more food geared towards our brain and the memory too. Get the right amount of copper in your diet, the right amount of magnesium and chromium and the gold and silver and things like that, so your brain can be firing on all cylinders, you know.
Right.
It's an electrical thing, you know. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yo, Brother Ant. Yes, I thank you, sister. I just want to elaborate where you said that you can leave your body, meaning that you can be multiple places at one time. So that's like defragmentizing yourself. So it's like, you know. So we continue, sister, please, ma'am, please.
Okay. I didn't. Are you speaking with me?
Yes. Yes. I was on you to continue because it's a privilege to have your sister on the line. We normally get on the line. But we just want to become more humble, just be more quiet, let the elders speak. Because I'm speaking out loud myself, but I just really, when elders speak, I know Mother Umi teaches me. She said, you don't check for the elders check for you, and when they speak, you just be quiet. And it's just it's, respect. So, but I just want to get that to the brothers, yes.
Has anybody heard the trumpets in the air? I've also heard the trumpets in the air too. It's like this is like a real long sound like a train screeching, stopping on the track, and it's all in the air, loud. You can hear it all over the city. I've heard that twice. And I was wondering, what the hell is that sound? And it was real eerie. I said, that's the end of the world. And I remember saying that. And then now I go on YouTube, and everybody's hearing it. They've been hearing it across the world. So go on YouTube and punch in strange sounds heard all over and watch. I've heard those sounds.
I heard that is.
You heard it too?
From the science. Yeah, I heard it, and I heard about it too. Like, the scientists that it was talking about that are into this disclosure program that they got going on, they were saying that it's actually a large, I don't want to say machine, but like, how to set the plates are moving, the tectonic plates and shit is moving. And when they move, they're making that noise. The planet is shifting, the shape is changing right now. So a lot of people don't know because we're so busy working jobs and preoccupied with television shows and distractions and murders and deaths that we're not paying attention to the actual shift that's going on. But we hear it, and then we were marveled at it because we only make reference to the myths that, we've been taught of religious, the religious indoctrination. So we tend to really go there in our minds when actually there's an explanation for it. And yes, you're right about what time it is too. So there's a scientific aspect of religion that a lot of religion has to consider. You know what I mean? They have to consider that the things that they prophesy about that are actual things are not mythical. They're not things that should be blown out of proportion. They're tangible things. So but that's thank you for letting me say that, sister. That's all. I just wanted to give 2 cents on that. That's all.
No, I'm just because I don't know a lot of times if you're finished talking, I just don't want to be rude and I want to be respectful because there's a lot of back noise. So I think.
Yes, ma'am. I also want to be respectful to you.
Well.
And you're also, first time on the call with us, and if you want to speak your mind, we also know how that is too. So if you want to go in and share some more stuff, by all means,
Yeah, because like I said, I don't talk much because I don't have. Well, let me stop lying. I talk a lot, but I'm going to say
something to say, right?
Yes, when I have something to say. But I always feel like I have something to say. I'm real outspoken and I'm real bold. I'm not a shy girl or anything like that. It's just that I don't talk to a lot of people because I get aggravated, and I don't like being aggravated. And I get angry, like, what the hell are you talking about? I don't want to hear that crap. You know what I mean? It's like,
I'm with you.
So that's why I don't have a lot of friends, but I do talk and I like to talk, but I don't want to talk to nobody if it's not, I don't know. It's just weird.
Yeah.
So.
I have to constantly humble myself. I know that feeling because I used to get so aggravated, man. You want to tell people that they sound ridiculous. You sound stupid. You're not making any sense. And I had to get past that. I had to really get past it because I'm a people person. And
right.
it was really drawing me away from what I know, I can do better with my purpose. I can do a whole lot better with my purpose if I'm not shunning people and pushing them away. So my approach became a little bit more humble. But at the same time, I know also we are hurting. Like as a people, we hurting. So we got a lot to express to one another. We have a lot to get off our chest, a lot of venting to do. So when people are not letting me talk, I shut up because I'm like, hey, you obviously need to get it out. And I'm not who am I to stop you so that we can end up arguing when really there's no push and push here. When you push, I pull. So that when I pull, when I'm pushing, you pull, and then there's not much resistance. There's a dancing motion there. There's a flow.
Right.
We're not supposed to be pushing against each other all the time.
Right.
So I treat the conversations like that. And it's helped. It really helps me cope with ignorance.
Right.
It helps. Just a little trick.
The problem with me, I don't have patience. I have no patience, and I have very low tolerance. And I have to work on that. Because I'll be ready to smack a bitch, like, that's why I don't be, that's why I don't be around people. I don't have the tolerance for it.
There you mean business. You from serious B.
Yeah.
Remember that movie Waterboy?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that scene on Waterboy where the coach was scared of the other coach, and when Waterboy got in to see the coach as a baby, or the one brother got him to see the other coach as a baby psychologically, so that he wasn't afraid of him anymore. Remember that?
Okay. The one with Adam Sandler. I always get that one mixed up with the others.
Yes, ma'am. That's Adam Sandler. Yep. Waterboy.
Yeah.
And I look at those particular examples, man, and I go in certain conversations, I have to be like that in order to prevent myself from getting mad, because I go, I yell at a toddler, but at the same time, I also know how to say, no, child, you don't understand. I'm not gonna argue with you. You're 2 years old. I want to argue with a child.
I have to learn patience. I really need to humble myself and learn patience. I have a lot of work to do on myself.
Same here. We all working on ourselves.
And I don't know. I could I could see me moving through dimensions, and I'm gonna show you. Okay, tell you what I mean. Now, I know you guys heard of the Mandela effect, right?
That's right.
You guys heard of the Mandela effect?
Yep, they changed the timeline.
Yeah, check this out. Do you know? I was in, this was a few years ago. What's the name died? It was all in the news and everything. I woke up in the morning, nobody never heard of the guy, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Oh, wow.
He died. He died a couple of years ago. I was in that dimension, he died. And also, Dr. J, the basketball player, he died
too. Dr. J, too? Oh,
in this dimension that I was in. And then I woke up and I said, don't y'all remember?
Man, yeah, that's scary right there. You lost Kareem and Julius Erving? Come on. Them is two gods right there. You can't lose the gods. Dude. Everybody, you can look at Kareem and know that dude is, come on, man, that dude is a straight up God. And the way he acts and carries himself, all of that.
Yeah, well, his ass died. His ass died.
Man.
I don't know how he got back here.
Kareem, the inventor of the sky hook, he changed the game.
Listen to me. I kid you not, I swear. This was like almost 3 years ago. I was sitting in a neighborhood pub. You know, I met my sister there, and when I got off of work, she wanted to go for a glass of wine, and I went there. We were sitting at the bar, and they had the big news thing, and they was doing the replays of his life and everything. I swear to you, we were sitting in there. So I didn't pay no more mind because I didn't think about sports like that, so I wasn't really following it. Then I didn't hear any more about it. I was like, when are they going to bury? I'm like, when are they going to bury? I didn't hear nothing about his funeral. Oh, boy, he's sitting up there alive and kicking. I said, wait a minute, no. I said, dude, the minute I was in, this brother died. Had I not been knowledgeable of this Mandela effect, but see, before I even heard about the Mandela effect, I watched this movie called Frequency. You ever heard of it?
You call it Frequency?
The name of the movie is Frequency. Listen, get that movie. Have you ever heard of Cut Locker?
Frequency?
Frequency. F-R. It's called F-R.
Frequency.
Frequency. F-R-E-Q-U-E-N-C-Y. Frequency. That's the name of the movie.
Oh, okay.
And listen. Get that, listen. That movie is excellent. And see, even before, did Larry Hagman die?
Who?
Larry Hagman, the one that played in, because I remember he died and he alive to kick it. He died 20-something years ago. I remember him dying. I'm telling you, I have lived in different dimensions.
I'm trying to figure out. I couldn't hear the name clearly.
Okay. Larry Hagman is the one that played in. Remember that movie that it came on at night called Dynasty? You know who shot JR? Remember the Dynasty that happened back? See, I don't know how young you are. You might be a youngin'. You might still be wet behind the ears, but there was a movie that came out in the late 80s called Dynasty.
Dynasty?
Dynasty. Okay, you don't remember it, so.
Yeah, I'm an 80s baby. That's,
okay.
Yeah, I'm elementary school 80s, but,
Okay, you're a baby. You still a youngin'.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God. Let me go in here and check on my client. Okay, well, I guess we're just only two on the phone there.
No, it's my big brother Opariel is still on the line.
Mm-hmm. Tank here.
And Tank's still on the line.
Yeah.
But I feel you, though. I know you. She's trying to say she don't want to be the only one talking. Y'all go ahead. Somebody else chime in.
No, you know what it is? Okay, wait a minute.
Hey, what you know about Lord of the Rings?
You know what? I tried to watch Lord of the Rings, but it was too. I tried to watch it. I couldn't get into it, and I tried to watch Harry Potter, and I couldn't get into it because I'm all about magic. I was always, even as I was a child, I was always into magic.
I'm all about it myself too, sis. I love magic.
What happened?
I know a few. I said I love magic. I know a few magic tricks myself.
Yeah,
I was studying it for a minute.
Me and my daughter, we like really, really into it and everything. I mean, beautiful though, nothing negative. Excuse me. Nothing negative, you know. Beautiful things, and I just always knew that we could perform these things. See, y'all have to understand, I'm at work, actually.
Me too, sis.
I'm at work. But I'm in the bathroom. I had to go in the bathroom so nobody would hear me.
What you think about R. Kelly, sis?
Let me tell you something. Whatever he did, those were some grown women. They knew what they were doing when they went over there. Those were some grown women. And my thing is this, and not saying that I'm justifying what he's doing, but, I'm going to just keep it 100. They were grown when they went over there, and if they were a little underage, the parents was okay with it, so you basically sold your child to him. And my thing, if you're going to do that to R. Kelly, then you need to do that to all them politicians and celebrities that practice in Pizzagate. Because remember Pizzagate? And also, what about Hugh Hefner? Hugh Hefner had the same lifestyle. Why didn't you come down on Hugh Hefner at the Playboy Mansion? Because that wasn't nothing but a house of ill repute. That wasn't nothing but a prostitution ring.
You feel me?
Right.
Most definitely.
Who?
I said you're right. Most definitely.
Okay, right. So that's what I think about that. I think that's nothing but a public humiliation ritual, and also what they're trying to do, they're trying to kill any type of legacies that we have. And what is really killing me, and this is why I tell you I don't have patience for niggerism. I don't have patience for that, because then you got these same dumb-ass black people that sit there in the side with these beast men. And I'm like,
they keep on hanging. It's our own people.
Yeah, and you know what? If like I said, I don't come off when I'm going there. I go there. I don't mince words, and I'm always defending my people. But see, let me tell you something. I'm not saying all black men. Y'all need to leave them. Not you, of course. Leave them damn white bitches alone. Leave some white bitches alone. Sit over here messing with these damn white bitches, and you got these dumb behind celebrities and rappers that's constantly taking pot shots and throwing shade at black women. But let me tell you something, who defends black men? Nobody defends black men like a black woman defends black men. But black men don't have our backs. And it's really sad. And that's why I said I will never get married again, and I don't even want to be bothered. I'd rather be celibate till I die.
That's what I
don't have
you
time
to say.
for it.
That's exactly what I was waiting on you to say. I needed you to tell us about what we need to do. Because we've been saying it. I've been constantly telling brothers.
Stop messing with them damn white bitches. I even told my son, and you know what makes me angry? And I hate to say it. Everybody laughs at me when I say this. Did you ever watch any reality television?
Any of it?
Do you ever watch any reality television?
I'm clear of it, but yeah.
There is this show that comes on. It's called Little Women of Atlanta, Little Women of L.A.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of it.
Okay. Let me tell you how I'm getting ready to give it to you. Since you wanted me to give it to you, I'm going to give it to you for real. I'm tired of these retarded-ass niggas on here. What the hell? You got these beautiful black women like me. I'm not bragging. You got why I don't got them there? You got to go to a big-ass head midget long as she white, then they get you a damn sister. All them bridges got them black men. You don't have a white woman that you get a fucking midget. You messing with midgets. Instead of getting you a black woman. You see, that is some self-hate. As long as she's white, they don't care. You better get you somebody deformed than get you a black woman. See, black men don't have our back. I'm not saying all of them.
The real ones do.
But I already told my son already know. They know it's not for what broke my children. All their partners are dark skinned, and I didn't plan it that way. It's probably because the way they were raised. They knew nothing else would be acceptable. And I'm not saying they had to be real dark, but you better not bring nobody You better not bring nobody with no damn straight hair up in here. Their hair better be nasty like mine.
I teach my children the same thing. I said, you don't want to weaken your genes. You want to strengthen your genes. You want your DNA to get stronger, not weaker. Our sons are young, and I tell them that now. I've been married 15 years. I know I'm young, but I know how to hold it together. You know?
Yeah.
So, I got experience at doing it right for this long.
Right. Yeah, well, I was married for 23 years.
I got a black woman, too, from the hood like me. And we both get better.
Right. Yeah, my seed already know. You know, they right to get flown down the stairs or out the window, because I'm not having it. Don't bring them here.
Right. Yeah. Your tone of voice is very familiar. You sound just like Mother Umi. Sound like a little bit like Mother Umi, and you sound a little bit like Nikki Love. Like a cross between them two. Yeah.
No, actually, I try to, I'm in here, I'm whispering, but if you were to talk to me in person, my voice is very deep. I have a deep voice. The women in my family have deep voices. And then also, I smoked a lot of marijuana, when I was younger, so that didn't help. I'm just keeping it real.
But you also, too, as we get older, y'all start to settle into y'all's, I call it y'all's God tone of voice, because a lot of our elders settle into a raspiness that you didn't have when you were younger. And it might be from your experiences, it might not be. But I don't know what Harry Belafonte was doing, but you hear how he talked?
No, he got a deep voice. Yeah. He can't hardly talk.
It sounds like three people coming through his vocal cords at once, 3 or 4 people.
Yeah, like
while
he's
straining.
It seems like he's straining to talk. Yeah, it seems like he's straining.
Well, he talks very slow, too. Yeah.
No,
I'm just saying, it's that maturity in your voice.
Honey, I talk very deep, and I've always talked deep. As a matter of fact, when I worked for the police department, they would love when I was on they call it Channel 1, when I was being the dispatcher, when I was navigating how they on the street, because they said there was more clarity and my voice was deeper. So they used to call me Barry White on the mic. That's what they call the white boys used to call me Barry White on the mic, because my voice was like really, really deep. So, yeah. And I used to get...
Sisters, y'all, I said sisters, they don't know, black man, we got the most testosterone out of the...
Don't women got a lot of testosterone? Have you ever noticed a lot of women are getting a lot of testosterone? Because I think we're having a shortage of men, and I think women are turning on women, and it seems like they're developing a lot of testosterone. And I think that comes with the mentality. I swear, I always think that comes with the mentality. Because have you noticed that not all, but the majority of women that play professional basketball or basketball in college, do you notice they all look alike? Just pay attention to them. They all got that look to them. Just pay attention to it. And see, that has to do, and like you are what you eat and you are what you think. I believe it. Because it seems like their genetics change. Look at them. Just pay attention to them. They all got that same thing about them. Just watch it.
I'm back. I got dropped off the call. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I heard you, sis.
Yeah, I missed most of it.
I got 4 more hours in here.
Dreading it. I know the feeling.
Yeah. I got 4 more hours. You know, I've been at work since 2:00 this morning. 2:00 this afternoon.
Yeah. And then the double time.
Yeah, well, I do double time. I do double time on Wednesdays and Thursdays. And on Sundays, I come in at 7 on Sunday, and I leave at 7 in the morning on Monday. And then I have a day job that I work from 2 to 7. I work there 6 days a week. But I do the other 2 days. I do the Friday and Saturday for overtime. So I do I average 65 hours a week.
Yeah. And see, I don't, me personally, I don't see nothing wrong with a sister being able to do that. But I do see something wrong with her having to. Like, I don't like the fact our sisters be having to bust their asses and grind like they do, man. That shit is ridiculous to me. Not saying y'all gotta sit. I'm not saying y'all gotta sit home neither. I'm saying y'all should be able to do something otherwise with your time, a little bit more productive to who you are, versus having to put in a lot of your time into what somebody else is building up just to give us some checks and shit.
Well, I work for an agency, but I got a client that's my client, and I didn't go through an agency. I advertise my own services and got that client. So, I do half and half. Half I work for myself, and half I do that because I do the benefits. But the good thing is about what I do. I came out and I used to work at the hospital, but I stopped that, and now I do private duty. So it's really not bad. Like I'm here now, and if I wasn't on the phone and my client's mom was up there sick, she don't mind if you go off to go to sleep. She don't care as long as you can get up, as long as you don't. She don't mind. So if I was not on the phone with you guys, I would be in the chair asleep.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then plus, my children are grown. I'm divorced. If I was home, I would just be home. I would be up anyway. So, hey.
I can dig that,
Yeah. So, I choose to do it, And besides, my daughter trying to get in med school, so. Oh, boy.
How you feel about the homosexual agenda?
Oh, man, come on. Listen, you know what? Listen, check it out. I can't stand a lot of them, and I'm going to tell you why. And it's not no thing that I'm homophobic. I don't like no big, burly man that expect me to call him girl and sis and she. Now, you as a male, you was born a male, and you're going to die a damn male, and that's what I'm going to refer to you as. I don't like that, because, they're bullies. They're bullies. And if you don't succumb and agree with what they're saying, like, oh, she, that ain't no damn she, that's a he, that's a nigga with a dress on. That's all that is, and I don't want to hear nothing else. And that's what you're going to be addressed as. And then you know what I don't like? They try to be, like, bad and jump in your face. Like because they think they wouldn't and want to fight you. There's this guy who did that where I live at. Like, jump. You know how girls fight and argue, trying to jump in the girl's face. They stomped the hell out of his ass. They jumped him and whipped his faggot ass. Do you hear me?
Oh man. Yeah.
Okay, you at the end of the day, you still a damn man. You got to be jumping up in my face. See me, I'm going to jail for a long time, and y'all gonna have to give me some commissary because if you step up to me, I'm gonna handle you. You know, I say so. I have 7 brothers. What? Listen, that's why I don't go anywhere. I stay in the house because I've been there before. You know, getting in trouble. So I don't do that. But no, I think it's really sad, and you know, it's sad that black women, we already have. I'm not gonna hear that shortage of men. We don't have a shortage of men. We just have a shortage of conscious men that appreciate us. Okay, we already have that dilemma. Now we got brothers digging in other brothers' behinds. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's a vicious cycle. A vicious cycle.
Where are they all coming from? Where are these guys coming from? I mean, they coming out the woodwork like roaches, like somebody that turned off the damn light. You cut them on and didn't even see them niggas standing up there with dresses on. Like, where you came from? That's right. They everywhere.
Everywhere. I had to take my children out of public school because of it. As soon as I found out that it became legal or legit for a young lady who thinks of herself as a boy to use the boys' restroom. And then I said, now y'all going to have boys who think of themselves as girls using the girls' restroom with somebody else's innocent daughters? Don't you know this is a setup for molestation charges? I mean, all kinds of disasters going to come out of this. And then you got the homosexual teachers also teaching the children, manipulating their minds into thinking and blurring the lines of sex in the children's minds so they don't see boy or girl anymore. And they're starting this shit in the school system. That's why they start the mind control.
Not even that, you got the damn teachers screwing the damn kids. You send your children to school to get taught, not fucked, okay?
Right.
I'm sorry.
Or confused on what to fuck. Yeah. I had to take mine up out of there. You know, I was checking with my oldest son every day, like, he ain't made no passes at you, did he? He ain't say this, he ain't do that. Or something, but like, nah, people looking at me like, nah, Pops, I got it, I'm straight. You know what I mean? Right. I taught him, I was teaching my son how to punch or how to make a fist when he was a baby. He was an infant when he was blowing his fist up, so. And I was making flush contact with my face, so he know what fist the skin feels like, and he's very familiar with punching a motherfucker in the mouth if they try to violate. And he has no problem doing it. And my youngest son is a whole lot more fiery than he is because he a Leo. So he already think he big shit. I said, boy, you're the smallest and the youngest. He's 10 years old. Smallest and youngest in the house and want to eat. Well, he want to eat what I'm eating, right? And he also want the same type of attention and same respect I'm getting too.